is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Arizona.
Rain at Petco Park. Yes, they have a tarp here, and it's on the field. We're in San Diego, where it's been overcast and raining all day long. A gloomy, light drizzle. The tarp came off the field right at 6 o'clock this evening, and we looked good to go, but then the rain intensified. The tarp came back on, and when we start this ball game is anyone's guess at this point. It's game 2 of a 3-game series. The Diamondbacks and the Padres on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Petco Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthium and Bob Brenly along the way. BB, 20 minutes ago looked like we'd be good to go, and then all of a sudden it really started raining heavily. Almost for the first time today, the tarp is on. It's still raining right now. Any idea when we start this ball game?
No. I mean, we were very optimistic. The grounds crew took the tarp off the field. They started to put down the first and third base lines and do the batter's box, and then the head groundskeeper came out, said a few words, and suddenly the tarp was back on the field. So at this point, I don't know if anybody knows for sure when we're going to get started.
Yeah, it's been like this all day long, but it's raining probably heavier now than it has all day long. There's a whole bunch of green and orange stuff in the area when you look at a radar screen, so we have no word as of yet from the Padres or the umpires as to when or even if this game here will start tonight.
Everything is relative. I heard a local describe this as a driving drizzle. I mean, if we had already started playing the game, we would continue to play in this kind of rain. But because it's raining before the start of the game, it's going to be delayed at least for a little while.
So we'll take a break here and be back from Petco Park in just a moment. Waiting this game between the D-backs and the Padres. Archie Bradley on the mound, who's won 3 of his last 4 starts. And he will be on the mound for the Diamondbacks. So feel free to go to break anytime.
Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Bank of America. Life's better when you're connected. By Oregano. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money.
A live look inside Petco Park, where it is raining as heavy as it's rained all night long, but we just got word from the Padres that they anticipate an 8:20 start time for this ball game, the second of a 3-game set. The D-backs and the San Diego Padres, as you can see, they just took the tarp off the field. Archie Bradley and Tuffy Gozowish have been out there. Archie is tonight's starter, getting ready and getting loose. The Padres are on the field as well, and there is more rain in the forecast, Bob. It's raining as heavily now as it has at any point in the evening, but this one apparently will start in about 20 minutes.
Well, we said it earlier, if the game had already started, you would continue to play through this kind of a rainfall, so I guess they're going to try to go ahead and get it started, even though the rain continues to fall, and hope that it subsides at some point, hopefully quickly.
Well, the forecast isn't great, but the forecast for baseball is very good, so fans, we're about 20 minutes away from a first pitch. Paul Clemens for the Padres, Archie Bradley for the Diamondbacks. We'll be back when we have baseball, hopefully in 20 minutes from now. Well, it's actually raining harder now than it was an hour ago when we were supposed to start this ball game, but the Padres are out on the field and we are just about set to begin here. Rain in the area, 70 degrees at Petco Park. Steve Berthune, Bob Brentley, and Jody Jackson here. It's the Diamondbacks and the Padres, and here's the lineup. The Valley Chevy Dealers lineup for Chip Hale's ball club tonight.
And hopefully they're a bunch of mutters. Gene Segura will lead it off at second base. Chris Owings at shortstop. Paul Goldschmidt down at first base with Jake Lamb at third. Yasmani Tomas in right. Brandon Drury in left field. Mitch Haniger in center. Tuffy Gosewich doing the catching tonight for right-hander Archie Bradley.
Your Arizona Ford starter for the Padres is Paul Clemens, 28-year-old right-hander. He began the season with the Marlins, was picked up on waivers by the Padres in June. He just worked 5 scoreless innings against the Giants in a start last Monday in San Francisco, so he goes tonight after a full week off.
Yeah, by far and away his best outing of the season. 5 innings, 3 hits, shutout baseball against the Giants. You have to go all the way back to the first week of August, the last time that Clemens won a ball game.
Diamondbacks face Clemens last time we were here at Petco Park, August 18th. He had a no decision. Our eye on defense for San Diego, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
That's Travis Jankowski. He'll be in center field with Alex Dickerson in left, John Jay in right. It'll be Ryan Schimpf at third base. Actually, Adam Rosales at third base. Luis Sardinius at shortstop. Schimpf will be playing second base with Will Myers at first, and Derek Norris behind the plate for the right-hander Paul Clemens.
Gene Segura leads it off.
No, I guess it was the other way around. Rosales at second and Schimpf at third. I had it wrong.
Well, we're just a little delay. You're off by an hour. That's
Didn't have enough time to get my card ready.
It was a rush to get in the booth. 2-0 on Segura, who's 5th in the league in hitting. He's starting tonight at .319. And with career high 17 homers and 59 RBIs, he was 1 for 4 with a single in last night's ball game, a 3-2 D-backs loss. There's the strike, and it's 3-1. David Rackley is our plate umpire tonight. He's got the balls and strikes. The 3-1 from Paul Clemens. Coming at you, BB.
Oh, it's a little too high.
Yeah, just missed. So full count, 3-2 on Segura. D-backs and Padres dead even this season, 63-87. Each team 22 games behind the Dodgers in the National League West. Andy Green's ball club opened this 10-game homestand with a 3-2 win in the series opener last night. Final homestand of the year for San Diego. They'll finish the season next weekend at Chase Field. A leadoff walk for Gene Segura. Well, Bob, we're underway, so let's get a look at your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Just speculating here. We'd like to put a question mark after this one. Do you play small ball on a night like this? The conditions are not really conducive to the long ball. Very wet, heavy air here tonight. The ground is very damp. Maybe you play for a run early in a ball game like this when you know there's more weather on the way.
Yeah, there's rain in the forecast all night long. It's raining right now, but we press on with Chris Owings. Segura holds it first, and that fastball's in there for a strike. Chris, 283 and 4 home runs. He singled in the ball game last night. Segura 30 stolen bases on the year. He's been caught 9 times. Will Myers holds him on the bag at first. And there goes Segura. Chris Owings drives it deep to center. Jankowski on the run, and he tracks it down. Segura's got to hustle back. He was halfway to third, and he's in there. Boy, Travis Jankowski's had a tremendous breakthrough season, especially with those legs. He can steal some bases, and he can cover a lot of ground.
And he's had to cover a lot of ground with the guys he's had playing to his right and his left this year. You see Segura, as you said, halfway to third base, has to retreat. Make sure he retouches second base on the way back to first, and he's able to get in there without a play. I thought that ball was down in the gap for sure off the bat. Boy, what a play by Jankowski.
He was in shallow right center field and went all the way back to dead center at the warning track to record the first out. That brings up Paul Goldschmidt back in the lineup after a scheduled day off last night. He's been struggling lately. A mental breather given Paul's recent struggles up there. He's at .295 with 20 home runs.
One thing to watch with Paul Clemens tonight, the lower his arm angle gets, the flatter his pitches are. He lives with a sinker curveball changeup combination. When he's got his arm angle in the right slot, he gets good sink on the fastball. His curveball is like a 12-6 breaker. At times, however, he'll drop that arm angle. Everything flattens out. That's what the D-backs are looking for tonight.
Paul Clemens, a classic journeyman type, a guy who's been with a number of different organizations over the course of his career. There's another swing and a miss by Goldie. Seen a lot of that lately. Goldie a stretch now of 25 strikeouts in his last 56 at bats. And he's looked at the plate much like he did the first 6 weeks of the season, a little tentative up there. Letting some hittable pitches go by and not connecting on some others. This is up the middle. Sardinius at shortstop for 1 and 2. So some nice Padre defense in the top of the first behind Paul Clemens. Archie Bradley coming up to face the Padres when we come back. After about an hour delay, we are underway, and your Arizona Ford starter for the D-backs is Archie Bradley. Archie has won 3 of his last 4 starts. He beat the Dodgers last Thursday at Chase Field when he went 6 complete innings against LA.
Yeah, 1-1 against the Padres in 3 starts this season. As you mentioned, hooked up against Paul Clemens earlier this month. Or I guess it was last month now that it is September.
It's flying by.
It really is.
Travis Jankowski back in the leadoff spot, and he looks at ball 1.
I don't think that rain delay was harder on anybody than it was on Archie Bradley. We sat up here in the press box and watched him walk down to the bullpen twice, and both times had to return, come back into the clubhouse, and wait a little bit longer.
Well, it's got to be difficult. Can I start warming up now? No, stop. Okay, well, when can I start? And then finally, right about 7:55 or so, we got unofficial word that we'd have an 8:20 start, and they were just about on time here. Archie, a couple of curveballs early in the count to Jankowski. He's behind 2-1. Fastball away is ball 3. Jankowski 246 and 2 home runs. He walked and singled last night. He's got 30 stolen bases, Travis Jankowski. He's among the best in baseball, but was thrown out by Wellington Castillo trying to steal second base last night.
Full count, 3-2. John Jay, the right fielder, is on deck. Will Myers in the hole. Myers hit a home run in the ball game last night off Braden Shipley. Archie last Thursday against the Dodgers, 3 runs, 9 hits. He went 6 innings. Walked only 2 and had 7 strikeouts, trying to get his footing on that already soggy mound. 8th pitch of the at-bat to the leadoff man, Jankowski. Archie last week, you might remember, got off to a tremendous start in that ball game against the Dodgers. 3 strikeouts in each of the first 2 innings. But Jankowski putting up a fight here to start this one off.
Well, the field is actually in pretty good condition considering the amount of rain that's fallen here. It's been raining basically all day long.
Yeah.
Varying degrees, and that one area right there in front of Goldie, the grounds crew really had to pay a lot of extra attention. They had a wet spot underneath that tarp that probably hasn't been used in about 15 years. Might have had a hole in it right there, but they really had to patch that area to the right side.
And naturally hits it right to that area. Good job by Archie to hustle over there as Segura throws him out. So that's 4-1 on the putout. And that's the first out for San Diego in the bottom of the first. Your Valley Chevy dealers line up for the Padres tonight.
Well, we've seen Travis Jankowski at the top. He'll be in center field. John Jay making his way to the plate. Out in right field, Will Myers at first base. Ryan Schimpf at third. Alex Dickerson in left field. Adam Rosales at second base with Derek Norris catching. Luis Sardinhas at shortstop. And Paul Clemens, the righty, on the mound.
And Archie, who has struggled to find some kind of rhythm and flow and basically just pitch from the windup out there, already a 9-pitch at bat against Jankowski to retire the leadoff man. Jay 0 for 4 in the ball game last night, hitting .293 on the year with 2 home runs. Chased a high fastball, and it's 1-1. John Jay acquired from the Cardinals last December in a trade for Jed Jerko. And he was doing really well in his first season in San Diego, hitting right about .300 in the middle of June, and then suffered a broken right forearm. Carves this one foul the other way. So when he went down in the middle of June, Jay missed about 70 games and didn't come off the DL until September 6th. He's only been back about 12-13 games.
Yeah, before the injury, he was leading the National League in doubles at that time.
He's really working out well for him here. And in the meantime, they've discovered Travis Jankowski as their center fielder, so Jay's been playing a corner spot since he's been back. Hits it almost to the same seat.
Well, if you're comparing the two guys, Jankowski and Jay, as far as defensive center fielders, I think Jankowski trumps him mightily. John Jay, a good athlete. He runs well. He makes up for some bad lines with the speed that he has in the outfield. But Travis Jankowski is a natural.
Oh, he runs like a deer. Two and two on Jay. They're going to have to run out clean, dry baseballs to David Rackley, the plate umpire, almost once per every batter. These games you find tend to start kind of sluggishly.
Yeah, and I think it's unavoidable. I mean, you know, guys have their preparation routine that they go through every day before a ball game. We've talked a lot about Yasmani Tomas, as that one's fouled down the third base line, and how he had to alter his pregame routine to get the best out of his abilities at game time. And I'm sure there were guys wandering in and out of the batting cage, the video room, just trying to find something to do to kill time. But inevitably, you kind of lose your edge the longer you sit and wait.
Well, this is actually the first
real delay the Diamondbacks have had all year. We had one game earlier this year. I think it was at Citi Field in New York that was delayed 20 minutes, but it almost no big deal really. So this is something new for the 2016 D-backs. Full count to Jay, 3-2 pitch. So Archie's throwing a lot of pitches to the first two batters of the ball game. Remember that delay in New York? It never ever did rain.
No.
But they stalled the game anyway. Not a drop. Then you get here and it's rains all night, but they play anyway. Drop that one in there. Lovely pitch from Archie Bradley. There's that curveball for his first strikeout. Our eye on defense for the D-backs. Bob, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center. Brandon Drury back out there in left field.
Yeah, this is starting to become the everyday lineup with Drury in left, Haniger in center, Tomas in right. It's Lamb and Owings on the left side of the infield. Segura and Goldschmidt on the right side with Tuffy Gosowich doing the catching for Archie Bradley.
So a 9-pitch at bat by both Jankowski and Jay. 2 down for Will Myers, the first baseman. Myers hitting .260. He leads the Padres with 26 home runs and 86 runs batted in. He's homered twice in his last 4 games, including an opposite field home run last night off Braden Shipley. Looked a little something like this, up and on the outer half, and he just went the other way with it. Opposite field power for Myers, 359 feet according to Statcast.
That was his 16th home run here at Petco Park this year, the most by a Padre at their home ballpark. Justin Upton and somebody else, Will Venable, both had 15 homers here at Petco.
And Myers has shown what he can do and the kind of numbers he can put up if he played a full season, something he'd never done before in his career with all his injuries. But he's been healthy and very productive. Not just the home runs, 87 hits and 51 RBIs at home this year, both tied for the most ever in a single season at Petco Park. He loves hitting here, a .320 hitter in his home ballpark, barely 200 on the road.
Now that area where Myers hit the home run last night, and we talk about it every time we come to Petco, that's really the only area where you can get a cheap home run in this ballpark.
A little area that sticks out.
Yeah, the Petco porch, they call it, right down the right field line. There's a little section of seats that kind of sticks out onto the field of play, and you can, as a right-hander, slice one into there, or as a lefty, hook one into that area.
Curveball on the ground to third for Jake Lamb. And Archie Bradley works along, but quick. 1-2-3 first inning. No score in the rain at Petco Park.
here. But guys, the story of the day has just been kind of the weirdness of the day. Showing up to the ballpark, it's raining. The guys first had to deal with no BP, which on Sunday is no problem, but on a regular Tuesday night, it's certainly odd. And then an hour and 10 later start. But Chip Hale said, look, we have no problem with this. It's a very light rain. The field looks good. In fact, talking to he and Mark Grace in the dugout for 30 minutes before the game, you know, Gracie all those years at Wrigley, and then Chip Hale talking about coaching third at Citi Field with puddles on the field, so he did not anticipate any issues playing in these conditions, guys.
Yeah, it's a consistent rain, Jody, but it's a kind of a gentle drizzle. Little fly ball out to right field for John Jay off the bat of Jake Lamb. That's the first out in the second. And Bob, as you mentioned, the field really is in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I would imagine that there's areas of the outfield where if the ball rolls through the infield for a base hit and has to roll through the outfield grass for any distance, it might be a little problematic for the outfielders throwing the ball, but the infield's in great shape. The mound seems to be very good. Of course, the mound and home plate have been covered even underneath the infield tarp, so they should be just fine.
One down for Yasmani Tomas against Padres starter Paul Clemens. Tomas had a good night last night. A couple of singles and a base on balls. Hitting .270 with 29 home runs.
Clemens is one of those right-handed pitchers with the weird backward splits. Right-handed hitters hitting over 350 against him this season. Lefties hitting under 200. Generally, that comes down to a really good changeup. Right-handed pitcher that throws a good changeup that fades down and away from left-handed hitters as his best secondary pitch.
That curveball got away from him, and it's 2-1.
Against right-handers, he tries to use more curveballs, which is probably his third most effective pitch. Push comes to shove, however, he's going to throw that two-seam sinker. That's his bread and butter when he's down in the zone. I mentioned the arm angle earlier in the ball game. When he has his arm in the proper slot, he can just pound that sinker down there at the knees all night long.
August 18th here at Petco against the Diamondbacks. Clemens allowed 3 runs, 8 hits in 5 innings in that game. Walked 3 and struck out 3. Tomas tried to hold up on that soft curveball, but yanked it foul and it stays 2-2. Clemens does not pitch deep into games. He's kind of hanging on by a thread. In his last 3 starts, he's lasted 3 innings, 4 innings, and 5 innings. And he's pitched into the 6th only once all year. That was 4 starts ago at Petco. Here against the Cubs, he went 5 1/3.
They have a phrase for guys like that.
Which is?
5 and dive.
Sometimes he can't even get to 5.
Yeah.
He keeps trying to throw that curveball up and into Tomas, but he hasn't thrown it yet for a strike, and it's now a full count 3-2 with the red-hot Brandon Drury on deck. Fastball right by Tomas, and he's got his first strikeout.
That's not something that Clemens normally likes to do, elevate that sinking fastball, but got that one up there near the letters and blew it right by Yasmani.
Clemens has retired 4 in a row. Here's Drury. 281 and 15 home runs. He is on an absolute tear. Although he got the start in left field last night, went 0 for 4. He was batting in the 3-hole last night, Brandon Drury, with Goldie getting the scheduled day off. Batting 6th tonight. The co-National League Player of the Week last week, Brandon Drury.
It's nice to get recognized when you have the kind of week that Brandon did. Unfortunately, he has to share it with Sean Rodriguez of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who had a good week as well. But we know how well Brandon Drury's been swinging the bat lately.
Boy, what a game he had Sunday against the Dodgers when he walked them off in the 12th.
Over his last 23 games, hitting .402 with 5 homers, 6 doubles. He's driven in 17 and started to show some improvement defensively in left field. He made some nice plays out there recently.
Big hanging curveball, but Brandon missed it. Second strikeout for Clemens, who set down 5 in a row. No score, D-backs and Padres at Petco. No score, bottom 2. Hey, D-backs fans, you can't go back to the 90s, but Pepsi has the next best thing, so tighten up your fanny pack because Crystal Pepsi is back. It's available in stores right now, but only for a very limited time.
Nothing worse than a loose fanny pack.
Hello, if I had a nickel. Ryan Schimpf, the little guy who hits the ball a long way, batting cleanup for the Padres these days and playing third base. 224, 19 home runs. 5 of those homers this year for Schimpf have come against the D-backs. But Archie Bradley jumps ahead 0-2.
Yeah, he may be a little guy, but he takes a home run swing, has an uppercut lift to his swing from the left side of the plate, especially on those pitches middle of the plate in. Oh, that one just grazed his arm. That'd be a hit by pitch.
Just grazed the elbow, apparently, says David Arackley. So the Padres have their first base runner. That'll bring up Alex Dickerson.
He's kind of stuck his elbow out there and barely deflected it. Went right into the mid of Tuffy Gosuish.
He's a gamer. He's been 8 years in the minor leagues without a sniff. He'll do whatever it takes. Dickerson, the left fielder. And a pair of hits in the ball game last night, hitting .249 with 9 homers. 7 of those home runs have come since the All-Star break.
The Padres are in a little bit of the same boat as the Diamondbacks as far as looking at some guys with an eye toward next season. How does it all best fit together? Who's going to play where? Who's going to get the at-bats? Is there a guy that maybe we need to platoon, find a platoon partner for one of these left-handed hitters? Andy Green and his staff taking the same route that Chip Hale and his staff. Just try to get eyes on as many of these guys as you can and try to figure out how it best fits together next year.
Well, they created some opportunities for some of their outfielders when they traded Matt Kemp and Melvin Upton Jr. And Dickerson's been one of the beneficiaries of that with a lot more playing time, and he's had a good second half. 2-2.
Tip of the cap to the fans that decided to stick around in the rain. No batting practice on the field, as we mentioned. Fans just tried to find cover here at Petco Park and wait and see what was going to happen, and a lot of them have stuck around.
Well, they don't ever sit through rain delays. There was sort of a weird entertainment value there for them.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, what happens? They bring this thing out on the field? Who knew we even had a tarp? I think somebody told us the last rain out they had here was 2 years ago. They had one.
Yeah, they've only had, I think, 7 since 1969, so it doesn't happen very often here.
It was very gloomy all day yesterday. Cloudy, no real rain, but it has rained all day since very early this morning, almost nonstop. Another full count for Archie Bradley. He's gone 3-2 on 3 of the first 5 hitters today. Schimpf takes off for second, and Dickerson drops it into left center. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Schimpf will score easily here. And Alex Dickerson makes it 1-0 San Diego.
Hydroplaned out there in the gap a little bit. Dickerson hit it well to the opposite field, but man, when that ball hit the grass, it really shot all the way out to the warning track in a hurry. Schimpf was on the move at first base, so he'll score without a play.
13th double of the year for Dickerson. He's at second, still nobody out for Adam Rosales. Joe's bunt, pulls back, takes ball 1. Rosales hitting .230 with 10 home runs. He singled and scored a run in last night's series opener and put on an absolute show at shortstop. He's playing second base tonight, but he made some fine defensive plays at short in the ball game last night. It was only his 5th start over there all year long.
Rosales throughout his career has kind of been a roster filler because he is versatile. He can play all over the infield, can play corner outfield if necessary. He's a contact guy, can put the ball in play. You can play hit and run with him. He'll bunt. He showed bunt on the first delivery from Archie Bradley.
Parts of 9 years in the big leagues, and this has been BB by far his most productive season at the age of 33. Career highs in games, homers, doubles, triples. He's done a good job here this year. Fastball's a strike, and it's 1-2. Archie had a 24-pitch first inning, 24 pitches to get 3 outs. And he's working hard and still looking to record his first out in the second. Ties up. Rosales gets his second strikeout, 1 down.
Good two-seamer that time. Started right on the inside corner. Looked like it was going to be a called strike. By the time Rosales is ready to swing at it, that movement has taken it off the plate, down and in for a swinging strike 3.
The catcher Derek Norris 0 for 4 in the series opener. This has been a lost season for Norris offensively. Strike 1. Derek Norris hitting 184, 13 home runs. Padres are finishing the year a little thin at catcher. Christian Bethancourt on the DL. Austin Hedges not on the active roster. And Norris has watched that batting average plummet for the last 2-3 months now.
Late time granted by David Rackley back there. The highest Derek Norris's batting average got this year was .217. That was June 12th. And since then, over his last 64 games, he's hit .155. This is a guy who was an all-star a couple of years ago in Oakland, considered an offense first catcher. Archie's ahead 0-2.
Bob Melvin used to talk to me about Derek Norris and how much he liked the guy. A couple years ago in Oakland, hit .270, 10 homers, 55 driven in that year, and was a guy that didn't strike out very much for a big power type hitter. Made good contact, sprayed the ball around. If you made a mistake, he could take you deep.
Fastball is right there, 94 from Archie. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 down now, and it'll work to Luis Sardinez, the shortstop.
Boy, that is a well-spotted fastball right there. And right on that outside corner, just above the knees. Good pitch.
If he can find that type of fastball command, it will make such a difference for him. It's not always been there. But when he's spotting the fastball like that and throwing that curveball, keeping it down, that's when he's really successful. First base is open. The pitcher Clemens on deck, so they'll walk Sardinez.
Yeah, we hear so much about fastball command, but when you watch the game every day and you watch pitchers who struggle with fastball command, and then you watch other pitchers who are very good at it, it's night and day. It makes your job so much easier. It makes your defense so much sharper when you're hitting your spots consistently.
Well, Rick Porcello, it was yesterday, or the day before, threw a complete game and below 90 pitches.
89 pitches. Yeah.
And Archie, who has struggled with fastball command throughout his minor league career, it's been one of the big problems. The pitch count gets too high. We've just seen that so many times. But boy, he's had to work hard again tonight, trying to strand Dickerson at second after that RBI double. 2 down now for the pitcher Clemens. Dickerson at second and Sardinez at first. Archie has been more consistent lately, and that's helped the results. 3-1 in his last 4 starts. He's gone a little deeper into games. He completed 6 full innings in every victory. Beat the Reds, the Rockies, and the Dodgers. But you can still see how hard he's had to work. That ERA, despite 3 wins in 4 starts, is over 5. Missed with a breaking ball. It seems, Bob, like Archie Bradley and Robbie Ray are the 2 pitchers on the staff who've made the most progress this year. You think that's true?
Oh, I think that's absolutely true, and I also think it's true that they've got a long way to go still. I mean, both those guys early in the season, it appeared that neither one of them had much of an idea where the ball was going when it left their hand. High pitch counts early in the ball game, forced moves to the bullpen in the 4th or 5th inning. And each one of those guys, as their fastball command has improved, as their secondary pitches have improved, their confidence on the mound has gone up along with it.
Well, that one got David Rackley, who's down a little bit, and they'll come out to have a look. Right in the side of the neck. You can see him pointed just below his ear. Ooh. Behind the mask.
Yeah, kind of an angle shot off of Tuffy, it looked like, and then the side of the neck of David Rackley.
More on the shoulder maybe than the neck from that angle. Boy, you know, we've seen so much more of this with the plate umpires this year than ever before, it seems.
I think some of it is the precautionary measures that baseball in general has taken toward players and umpires with the concussion protocol. Just want to make sure everybody's okay. You're not endangering anybody by leaving them out there, and maybe take another one off the mask.
You can see Rackley check in with the crew chief, Larry Vanover, who's the third base umpire tonight. And we will proceed. 2 on and 2 out, a 1-2 count on the pitcher, Paul Clemens. And Archie Bradley, who had a 24-pitch first inning, about to throw his 25th pitch in this second.
You know what would make the umpires a lot safer? Using that big old air mattress again.
The old American League inflatable swimming pool.
It worked. I mean, you could tuck that right up underneath your mask. It covered your neck. It covered your shoulders. Never get hit with a ricochet like that.
And some guys would wear it almost like a shield in that Gladiator movie, and you could just toss it aside and get a better view if you needed to make a call at the plate. Called strike 3. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Archie Bradley for the ball game. But Dickerson's RBI double makes it 1-0 Padres.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Padres starter Paul Clemens out there with a 1-0 lead. He's retired 5 in a row after a leadoff walk by Gene Segura. And Mitch Haniger will start the third. Haniger, Gozuish, and Bradley 7, 8, 9. For the Diamondbacks, Mitch at .260 with 3 home runs. Singled in the ball game last night. Clemens so far has yet to give up a hit. He's got a walk and 2 strikeouts. Struck out Tomas and Drury to win the top of the second. Just floats a little breaking ball in there and steals strike 1. Tries it again and missed. Paul Clemens, a 7th round pick out of Lewisburg College by the Braves in the 08 draft. Atlanta traded him to Houston at the deadline 5 years ago in a deal for Michael Bourne. And
And he made his major league debut with the Astros 3 years ago. Pitched parts of 2 seasons there. Did not pitch in the big leagues last year. He spent time in the Phillies and Royals systems. Signed with Miami in November. Pitched only twice for the Marlins this year. Got waived in June and picked up by the Padres. And now here he is. Mitch Haniger ahead 3-1. Lewisburg College is in North Carolina, by the way. Clemens from Fairfax, Virginia. Well, that is a major league fly ball. This is going to come down with something on it. Wow, that was up there. Dickerson has it in foul ground, and that's the first out in the 3rd. That was above the light towers here.
And that re-entry Burns just missed that one. Caught it on the barrel. Unfortunately, hit it straight up in the air to left field.
Tuffy Gozowish, the start behind the plate tonight. 165 and 3 homers. Chopped to shortstop. Sardinius is there. 2 outs. Padres let go Alexei Ramirez recently. And so that was another case of San Diego moving a veteran along and getting a look at some younger guys at that position. Rosales was at shortstop last night, but tonight it's Sardinius, who they got from Seattle not too long ago. Very promising young player. Good defender. So they're getting an extended look at him over the final month of the year. The pitcher, Archie Bradley. One and two.
Tell you one thing, partner, if Archie Bradley would happen to hit a ball into right field, he better hustle up that first baseline, because John Jay is playing very shallow and over toward the line in right, and I know he's thinking about throwing that pitcher out at first base.
Boy, Gerardo Parra used to love to try and do that when he was with the D-backs. Yeah, he's very shallow and right on that line.
He's telling him, I've got everything in front. You've got to get everything that gets behind me.
Yeah, Jankowski way over to right center field. 2-2 pitch. That is in there for strike 3. 3rd strikeout for Paul Clemens, who has set down 8 straight Diamondbacks. He leads it 1-0.
1-0. Time to take a look back at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. September 20th, 1984, with a 5-4 victory over the Giants, the Padres won their first ever National League Western Division crown. That was quite a Padres team. I was looking back at it earlier today. Terry Kennedy was the catcher, Steve Garvey at first, Alan Wiggins at second base. Stole 70 bases that season. Gary Templeton was the shortstop, Greg Nettles at third. Outfield of Carmelo Martinez, Kevin Reynolds, and some guy named Tony Gwynn that hit .351 that year.
You saw Ryan DePanfilo, the assistant athletics trainer, out there taking a look at Archie Bradley and checking with the crew chief and third base ump Larry Vanover. It looked to be more about the footing on the mound than anything physically wrong with Archie. And now he's got something. Oh, he's going
to clean out his cleats, I think, is what it is. You know, you get a night like this and you get some dirt stuck in those cleats, and obviously that pitcher needs solid footing underneath to make a delivery to home plate. So Archie will do some construction work there on the bottom of those shoes.
Well, it's like putting horseshoes on a thoroughbred or something with that thing they gave him. How about just a tongue depressor? So he'll go to work on that. Boy, that '84 Padre team, that was, of course, Game 5 of that playoff series at the old Murph or Qualcomm, whatever it was then, when the ball went through Leon Durham's legs in Game 5. A game started by Rick Sutcliffe. And the Padres went on to win the pennant and lose to the Tigers in the World Series when Rich Gossage decided he wanted to try and pitch to Kirk Gibson. That was a bad idea. Travis Jankowski will lead it off. Archie Bradley already at 50 pitches through 2 innings. Trying to bunt for a base hit. Here comes Jake Lamb. Great play by Jake Lamb. Jankowski can fly up that line. And Jake came in and made the barehanded play. 1 down.
Boy, as his defense settled in, he went through about a 2 or 3 week stretch where every ball hit to third base was an adventure. But lately, Jake has made all the plays, including the spectacular.
Look at that throw. Perfect throw, too.
All his momentum was carrying him toward foul territory as he charged in toward home, threw back across his body, right on the money to Goldie.
Outstanding. John Jay struck out looking in his first at bat. If Archie could get a nice quick third inning here, that would really help the pitch count after throwing 50 through the first 2. He jumps ahead of Jay 0-2.
A couple of other names on that '84 Padres team that fans will be well aware of. Tim Flannery.
Kurt Bavacqua?
Kurt Bavacqua.
No, that was a different year.
No, he was on that team. Okay. Yeah. Bruce Bochy was the backup catcher to Terry Kennedy.
Giants are leading the Dodgers right now, 1-0 in Los Angeles. They're in the 6th inning. Did you see that fracas with Puig and Mad Bum?
Don't look at me.
There's a strikeout. Jay looks at that one, and that's 5 strikeouts for Archie. Dodgers actually had T-shirts today printed up that said "Don't look at me," sort of trolling Madison Bumgarner. So that rivalry is as heated as ever.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Mad Bum and Yasiel Puig in a cage fight. I know a lot of people that pay big money to watch that.
I thought they were going to have it right there. Mad Bum was hot. He was really hot. Will Myers grounded out his first time up. Baseball needs, I don't even want to see anybody get in a fight or get punched, but baseball needs a little bad blood now and again is not a bad thing.
Shows that you care.
Yeah. 1-1. Shallow center, Mitch Haniger coming in, Segura drifting out, and it's Haniger who's got it, and there's your nice quick 7-pitch inning, just what Archie Bradley needed. We're through 3. D-backs trail it 1-0.
Padres 1-0. We were just talking about last night's fracas between the Giants and the Dodgers. Yasiel Puig and Madison Bumgarner. It's the Gig Life high-speed highlights presented by Cox. That ended 1 inning. As you can see, Madison and Puig, don't look at me. Don't look at me. And here we go.
But I want to look at you.
Got a little more heated as that went on. Ball 1 to Gene Segura. Johnny Cueto out there right now with a 1-0 lead in LA, bottom 6. Segura walked to lead off the ball game. Diamondbacks still looking for their first base hit against Paul Clemens, who has retired 8 straight. And Segura's just the man to get it, leading the National League with 190 hits this year. He's now 6 clear of the field. 10 shy of 200 and 16 behind Gonzo's D-backs record set in 1999. Jam shot pop-up. Ryan Schimpf from third has it. Yeah, that's the first out in the 4th.
Well, since I know you love the Padres of 1984 and those beautiful uniforms that they wore.
Well, those...
They were kind of evolving at the time. They were still brown and yellow and a little bit of orange, but a guy that we've mentioned on shows past, Doug Gooch, backup catcher, spelled G-W-O-S-D-Z.
I don't recall Doug Gooch.
Yeah, we mentioned it a couple of years ago, and his nickname, of course, from Rocky Bridges was Eye Chart.
Oh, that's right. Well, if your name is Gooch, do you need a nickname?
I guess not. No.
Chris Owings. You can hear the little pattering of raindrops. It started raining a little harder right now. It had let up really since the first inning, but now as we start the 4th, it's coming down again. Two and one.
And one last name from the '84 Padres, I promise you.
Hey, keep going.
Luis De Leon.
No, nothing.
Middle reliever, you know, one of those 11th man on a pitching staff kind of a guys that you just throw on the team because he's got a pretty good arm. Popped up behind home plate. Looks like Norris has a bead on it. Make the play. Luis De Leon's nickname was Mambo. And for whatever reason, I could not pick up the ball out of his hand. I swung at pitches that went to the backstop.
Well, you're just not seeing it often,
Just
right?
didn't see it out of his hand. He could throw a fastball and I'd swing and miss it. He could throw a slider, I'd swing and miss it, and never see any of it.
Well, every guy has a guy or two like that,
man.
right?
Well, he was my guy. I would rather face Goose Gossage than Luis De Leon. And I didn't hit anything against Goose.
Goldie hit into a double play to win the first inning. Curveball is over for strike 1. Paul Clemens bidding for his 3rd consecutive 1-2-3 inning. He's yet to give up a hit. He's walked 1, struck out 3. Another swing and a miss from Goldie, and it's 0-2. Goldie had a difficult 4-game series against the Dodgers, 2 for 18 with 9 strikeouts. That got him a day off last night. And it's funny, he has not hit in this ballpark all year long, Paul Goldschmidt. Counting tonight now 4 for 21 at Petco Park. Although he has walked 10 times here this year. It's raining pretty hard now.
Probably as hard as we've seen it all day.
Yeah. Off the glove over Rosales and into center. A tough short hop for the Padres second baseman. Goldie's aboard. And that's the first D-backs hit. That ends a stretch of 10 straight retired by Clemens. Jake Lamb steps in.
Is this the kind of game where you try to be the first team to score and get to the fifth and go through all that stuff?
I think so. I always felt that if the forecast was for more rain throughout the evening and you've got a chance to get on that board first or take an early lead somehow, it has to work to your advantage.
Because these two teams are tied for the bottom of the division, each team 63 and 87, is playing a full 9 and having all the I's dotted and T's crossed. Does that become a priority here on September the 20th?
I think that's up to Larry Vanover, the crew chief, because once lineup cards are exchanged, the game is in the hands of the umpires, and if they feel like the rain is to a point that players might be in danger, pitchers might be slipping or losing the grip on the baseball out on the mound, or batters start losing the handle on the bat, it wouldn't surprise me to see Larry Vanover bang this one quickly. So all the more reason you want to get a lead in the game as quickly as you possibly can.
Well, the D-backs with a 2-out base runner for Lamb. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, is the third base umpire tonight. David Rackley behind the plate. Clemens has got for a guy that really doesn't have a whole lot out there, he's got a lot of swings and misses tonight.
What appear to be very hittable pitches. I mean, that last fastball, inner third of the plate at 91, and Jake swung right through it.
D-backs have swung through a couple of hanging curveballs. Clemens 50 pitches, 32 strikes. Well, the strikeouts have piled up on Jake Lamb again as of late. 16 punch outs in his last 35 at bats. He struck out as a pinch hitter to win the game last night. He was not in the starting lineup against the left-hander Clayton Richard. Last night was another chance to get Kyle Jensen in the game against the left-hand starter. Kyle's approach against lefties has been really good. The results have been there. He hit a triple off the center field wall off Clayton Richard last night. Kyle got the start at first base. Goldie the night off. They had Phil Gosselin at third. 1-2 on Lamb. There's Kyle Jensen.
He's definitely a threat, and you love that about him. A guy that no matter where you hit him in the lineup, if you make a mistake, there's a chance he could hit it up in the seats.
He almost hit it out to center. A big RBI triple in the 7th. Goldie takes off for second, and Lamb strikes out. So that's 4 strikeouts for Paul Clemens. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Diamondbacks trail the Padres 1-0.
Hey fans, every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, 6:30 in the morning, weekdays only on FS1, so set your alarm. Ryan Schimpf, the cleanup man, leads off the bottom of the fourth against Archie Bradley. Diamondbacks trail it 1-0. Alex Dickerson, an RBI double in the second. The game's only run so far. Each team, in fact, has only one hit. Schimpf was hit by a pitch to lead off the second and scored on Dickerson's double. A pitch that just barely grazed one of the threads on the sleeve of his jersey. Archie ahead 0-2. Working on the form.
I like it. Dad wishes he'd sit down and watch the game, but can't discourage the youngster.
He's working on release point, arm slot.
Yeah, when I lift my left leg, my balance seems to shift. I find that happy zone.
Ryan Schimpf's been a problem for the Diamondbacks all year long. 8 games, 4 doubles, 5 homers, and 10 RBIs. It's been a tough out all season, and the count is full on Schimpf, 3-2. Out of Covington, Louisiana, played at LSU. Dickerson, who's driven in the game's only run, is on deck. Ryan Schimpf hit his first major league home run July 1st here against the Yankees. And all of his 19 homers this season have come since the 1st of July. No National League player has hit more home runs over that span than Ryan Schimpf. A leadoff walk, second walk of the ball game, issued by Archie Bradley. The first was intentional. Alex Dickerson drove one to the wall in left center field at his first at bat to make it 1-0. Ball one. Tuffy Gozowish wants a word. Archie at 65 pitches, 40 strikes. He had a 24 pitch first, a 26 pitch second, then a 7 pitch third. So far he has walked 2, struck out 5. So he's already thrown more pitches in this inning than he did in the previous inning. He's yet to record an out. Good hard change up there from Archie. That's a pitch we see more and more of. Guys, it seems like since Zach Greinke's been around, don't worry if that changeup gets into the mid or even upper 80s with the velocity. Just make it a good pitch. That seems to be the Greinke factor rubbing off. 2-2 now.
Yeah, For years, it was thought that 8 to 10 miles an hour was the proper amount to take off of your changeup, slower than your fastball. But more and more guys are doing what Zach Greinke does. Throw your fastball 91, 92, throw your changeup 87, 88. Just enough to get soft contact, get that ball put in play.
Changeup has always been Archie's third pitch, trying to make it better and better. Dickerson lines it to right. Tomas won't get there. It's over his head. Then Hoffman will stop Schimpf at third. Another double for Alex Dickerson. He's got both Padre hits.
The double to the gap in left center, I mentioned, kind of hydroplaned off the wet grass. This one was just a rocket over the head of Yasmani Tomas. Short hopped the fence out there in right field. He got it back in quickly to Chris Owings to hold Schimpf at third base.
So now Archie in a real mess, already down 1-0. Second and third, nobody out. And the batter is the second baseman, Adam Rosales. He struck out his first time up against Archie Bradley. First pitch curveball is strike one. Rosales singled and scored a run last night. He's hit safely in 4 of his last 5 games. Schimpf is at third and Dickerson at second. Fastball missed and it's 1-1. Rosales has been a very effective hitter for Andy Green since the All-Star break. He's hitting over 300 with 5 homers in the second half of the year. Chops one foul down the line at third, and it's 1-2. Adam Rosales out of Park Ridge, Illinois. 12th round pick out of Western Michigan. Back in the 05 draft, originally a Cincinnati Red. Played with Oakland, played with Texas last year, signed with the Padres this January. Adam Rosales got a lot of Hunter Pence in him. I mean, gangly, awkward, high socks. Nothing's ever pretty. The parts seem like they don't quite fit together right, but it all works out in the end.
He does have a tendency to strike out quite a bit this year. 80 punch outs and 201 at bats. Looking for one of those right here.
Well, Archie struck him out the first time. Went to the curveball that time and missed. It's 2-2. Rosales was the guy, he's always been able to run well. Not quite as well now at the age of 33 as when he first came up. But when he would hit a home run, he would do that dead sprint all the way around the bases. He's got 10 homers this year. Schimpf's at third, and here he comes. 2-0 San Diego. The RBI for Rosales. Derek Norris, the catcher, struck out in his first at bat. Dickerson at second, 1 out and a run in. Padres with 1 in the second, now 1 in the fourth. Archie trying to keep that hand dry. I guess there is a rosin bag back there, but where can you keep the rosin bag dry?
Now the rosin bag gets wet, your uniform gets wet, you start sweating from the inside out. There's just nowhere to go to dry your hand when you're out there on the mound.
Tough to grip the baseball. He did not go. That's Chad Whitson down there. It's 1-1 on Derek Norris. Archie creeping up on 80 pitches, and he's only through 3 1/3. The rain has let up a bit. It's still coming down, but more of a steady drizzle once again. Didn't go that time either. 2-1. See Chip Hale jawing back and forth with David Rackley, the plate umpire. 2 balls and 1 strike. Giants still leading in Los Angeles. 1-0 San Francisco in the top of the 7th inning. Johnny Cueto pitching that game for the Giants after their bullpen imploded again late in the ball game last night. Two and 2 to Derek Norris. Got him. 6 strikeouts for Archie. 2 down in the 4th.
Norris able to check his swing a couple times on pitches down below the bottom of the strike zone. So Archie goes up high that time, elevates, and gets a swing and a miss from Norris.
Here's the shortstop, Luis Sardinhas, who was intentionally walked his first time up. Archie now at 80 pitches, 50 strikes.
Going to walk him intentionally again.
First base open again, pitcher on deck again. It worked the first time. They walked Sardinhas and got Clemens to strike out. So this will be the 3rd walk issued by Bradley, 2 of them intentional. And every time the opposition takes the bat out of Luis Sardinhas' hands, they go crazy here at Petco. And that's happening again. Now the pitcher, Clemens. Clemens has pitched an outstanding ball game tonight. He's given up just 1 hit. He's walked 1, struck out 4, retired 10 straight at one point. Now with a 2-0 lead.
Clemens 0 for 18 on the season with 9 punch-outs, including that strikeout to end the 2nd inning after the first intentional walk to Sardinhas.
Alex Dickerson after a double, still at second base. Sardinhas after the free pass at first. Another long inning for Archie. 24 pitches in the first, 26 in the second. This will be pitch number 30 of the 4th inning. on the way. Tied him up with a fastball, and it's 1-2.
That's a good way to pitch Clemens. He's very slow with that bat. Best chance he has of putting a ball in play is something away from him. Those pitches from the middle of the plate in, he's having issues catching up to.
So they go to the curveball, and he swings through it. 7 strikeouts for Bradley. He strands 2, but the Padres add 1 more. They lead it 2-0. Steady rain at Petco Park with the Diamondbacks trail the Padres 2-0 as we start the 5th inning. First 10,000 fans 21 and older can get the final D-backs giveaway of the year, the Diamondbacks Beer Stein. That's coming up Saturday, October 1st, courtesy of Budweiser. The Diamondbacks will take on these Padres. A 5:10 p.m. matchup. You can get your tickets at dbacks.com. And we'll see you at the ballpark coming up a week from Saturday. Archie Bradley at 88 pitches through 4 innings, so some limbering up going down there. Otherwise, it's just some kind of weird Zumba class or something.
Pitcher spot due up 5th in this inning, and some of the guys in the bullpen anticipating that perhaps the phone's going to ring with their name on the other end.
It looks like Zach Godley doing jazz hands.
Yeah.
Here's Matt Cook. Crowded down there. And it's a good thing because Archie's had to work hard through 4. He trails at 2-0. D-backs with only 1 hit against Paul Clemens, a Goldie single in the 4th. He has walked 1, struck out 4. Yasmani Tomas leads off the 5th. Tomas, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Nice easy swing. He drops it over the head of Schimpf, and it rolls to the left field corner. Dickerson over there to pick it up, and Yasmani Tomas pulls into second with his 27th double. So Tomas has now hit safely in 4 straight.
Just a rolling breaking ball that stayed on the inner third of the plate. Those are pitches that Yasmani has hit a long way this season. This time just a hooking line drive down into that left field corner for a leadoff double.
Throw a few more of those curveballs and the score's going to change real quick. Brandon Drury struck out to win the 2nd. He swung through a big curveball like the one Tomas just hit. Brandon up to 281 on the year. Last 11 games, he's hit 4 doubles and 5 homers. National League Co-Player of the Week last week. There's a strike and a 21. Clemens has been very efficient so far, 55 pitches. Missed away, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Three and one. Mitch Haniger on deck. You can see the rain around Clemens' head right there coming down. Got a fastball up. Brandon missed it. The count is full 3-2. Chopped at the fastball.
Pretty good emergency swing right there. That pitch was too close to take, but not in a location where Brandon could do much damage with it. So flick the bat out there, try to get a piece of it, and stay alive.
That fastball from Clemens really comes in on the right-hand hitter. It starts in the outer half and then breaks in. A lot of movement on these fastballs. They seem to be in pretty hittable spots, but they're moving so much they're just not connecting.
Yeah, guys just aren't squaring them up, catching them down near the trademark a little bit.
60 pitches, 39 strikes for Paul Clemens. Rain coming down harder now. That's a smash foul down the third base line. Tenth pitch of the at-bat to Brandon Drury coming up. We'll keep going.
That's about the first time we've seen Brandon Drury recognize any kind of pain. He fouled a ball off his ankle right there and walked nearly all the way back to the third base dugout.
He's usually impervious.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it's like he doesn't notice it. Diamondbacks last night could do very little against left-hander Clayton Richard, who had a ton of ground balls. He rolled 12 ground ball outs. And they haven't done much with Clemens either until this at bat, really, by Drury. Clemens at one point from the first to the fourth retired 10 straight.
What a battle. I generally give the edge to the hitter when an at-bat goes on this long, because by now Brandon Drury has seen everything that Paul Clemens has to offer. He's had some really good swings at that sinker. Hit a hard foul down the third baseline a couple times. Fouled off a couple of borderline pitchers' pitches away.
Fastball the other way. John Jay broke in, had to get back, and is right there. He was just about in a perfect spot to get that one. Drury put up a heck of a fight, but it's out number 1 in the 5th.
Yeah, John Jay really guarding the line there against a right-handed hitter, but was in the perfect spot. That line drive hit right to him out there.
Yeah, that seemed like a sure double in the corner, but Jay was perfectly positioned after a 13-pitch at bat by Brandon Drury. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Mitch Haniger, who's 0 for 1. Tomas at second after a leadoff double. Strike 1. Mitch has hit safely in 3 straight games and 7 of his last 8. He's got 3 home runs in his last 8 games. And he's played a very good center field as well. He covers a lot of ground out there. He made some nice running catches last night.
I'll tell you, his first at bat in this ball game, leading off the 3rd inning, he didn't miss a home run by much. Hit a fly ball as high as we've seen one hit all season to medium deep left field. Just got under it a little bit.
As soon as that one came down, it started raining harder. Good take by Haniger. He's ahead 2 balls and a strike. Making Clemens work here in the 5th. Dropped in the hole. Here comes Schimpf from 3rd. They move Tomas along, and that's the 2nd out.
Hey fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Tuffy goes a wish now. No one, well, they just started having someone warm up at the D-back bullpen. Archie Bradley is out there in the on-deck circle as Randall Delgado starts warming up. I was going to say if it's imperative given the weather circumstances here that you get some kind of score by the 5th inning, maybe you almost have to hit for Archie here should Tuffy reach.
I would think so. I mean, you might feel differently about it if Archie had shown any signs of settling in and commanding the strike zone a little better than he has up to this point. But if you've got a chance to score some runs here, I think you got to pull the plug on Archie and take your shot.
Well, first Tuffy's got to get aboard. Tuffy grounded out to shortstop his first time up. Delgado starts throwing in the bullpen.
You see Kyle Jensen down in the dugout next to manager Chip Hale with a helmet on, bat in hand, ready to go.
Chip Hale yelling at David Rackley. These two have been going back and forth all night long. One and 0 on Tuffy. Tomas at 3rd, 2 outs. Breaking ball is strike 1. He's been throwing that pitch up and in a lot to right-hand hitters, but clearly not a strike. Fastball away is ball 2. Tuffy's had a base hit in each of his last 2 starts. He started 2 games behind the plate in the last Dodgers series at Chase Field. Gets one in the air, right field. Jay backing up on the run at the track, and he's got it at the wall. John Jay, a funny route to the ball there, but he's able to haul that one in, and they strand the leadoff double. Diamondbacks trail it 2-0.
coming down at Petco Park. We play on. Time now for a look at our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms, strikeout leaders for the D-backs and Padres. Well, we know Robbie Ray is out front, topping the charts for the Diamondbacks. How about Brad Hand, who's a relief pitcher?
How about that?
Leading the Padres in strikeouts this year. They've been out without Tyson Ross, who's usually the ace here for almost the entire season. So Mr. Hand leads the team in strikeouts. Jankowski 0 for 2. He'll lead off the fifth against Archie Bradley. He's already at 88 pitches. Jankowski has twice grounded out. Well, Jankowski's been a bit of a problem for the Diamondbacks this year. He's hitting over .330 in a dozen games against the Diamondbacks. And he's getting on base at better than a .420 clip versus the D-backs this year. And with his speed, that's not a good thing. .30 stolen bases on the year. 25-year-old rookie. Bounces one up the middle. Chris Owings is there. Jankowski 0 for 3, one down. John Jay has struck out twice so far. I think that's Tom Brady behind him. Tom currently on suspension, of course.
Taking it a ball game.
An unwarranted and unjustified suspension. That is the Patriots hat on back there. There he is with the old Pat the Patriot logo. He looks like a guy who's depressed, suspended.
Yeah, looks like a suspended man.
Jimmy Garoppolo's hurt now. Will Myers with a backhand stab in the on-deck circle of the foul ball. He's only about 10 feet behind Jay. Watch him just snatch this one. A roller. Segura from the outfield grass. Jay 0 for 3. Will Myers now. Over the top of the Padre order's not done much. Jankowski 0 for 3. Jay 0 for 3. Myers 0 for 2. Myers with an 8-game hitting streak. He's trying to pick up the pace since the All-Star break. He's hitting only .220 in the second half of the year, even with his home run here last night. Broken bat bloop. Owings is there. And Archie is through 5. He's given up just 2 hits, but the D-backs trail it 2-0. Hey fans, you can turn your Major League Baseball dreams into a reality at the D-backs Fantasy Camp at Salt River Fields at Talking Stick in Scottsdale, January 8th through the 14th. You'll spend 6 days and 6 nights as a Major League ball player, complete with hotel accommodations, uniforms. You'll get instruction from the D-backs coaches and staff, clubhouse service. You're a real big leaguer. For more information or to sign up, visit dbacks.com/fantasycamp.
You can spend time on the disabled list just like the big leaguers do.
It's always a big hit. Well, Archie Bradley's spot will lead off the 6th inning, and he's done for the night. Phil Gosselin will be the hitter. So Archie goes 5 innings. Gives up just 2 runs on 2 hits. He walked 3. 2 of those walks were intentional and struck out 7. Retired the last 4 he faced. Coming off an 8-pitch 5th inning. But with his spot leading off, Archie is done after 96 pitches.
You're talking about those fantasy camps. One of the things in my experience that the campers enjoy probably as much as anything else is the kangaroo court.
Ooh, that's Gracie's department.
Oh yeah. You know, you get some gentlemen that are CEOs of companies or have run their own business, and you know, they're used to being the boss and determining how things are going to go, and they quickly get put in their place.
Gracie's good at inventing stuff to find guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hard to shortstop. Sardinius is right there. 1 down. Gene Segura has walked and popped up 0 for 1. Segura hitting .340 in a dozen games against the Padres this year. He's knocked in 7 runs. Was 1 for 4 with a single last night. Off Clemens. He's got time to recover. And he got him at first. Nice play by Paul Clemens.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
And the training staff will come out to have a look. Clemens so far has given up only 2 hits. He's walked 1, struck out 4.
It looks like they're looking at his throwing hand. I thought that hit him in the leg. He might have gotten that hand down there in the way. I'm not sure. He makes a nice play to get after it and get the speedy Gene Segura at first base. No sign of problems on the throw to first, but after the fact, looking at that right hand.
Well, Clemens has been pitching well very recently. Just worked 5 scoreless innings against the Giants last Monday at AT&T Park. And he's scoreless in the 6th here tonight. So he does not want to come out at the ball game. They'll give him a couple of test pitches here. Doesn't look great. See.
He's got that right hand wide open as he tries to knock that ball down. Boy, it catches him right in the palm of the hand. Wow.
Great job by our crew here.
Yeah, on first look with the naked eye, I thought it just hit him in the thigh and fell down to the ground there to the third base side of the mound, but you could clearly see it hit him right in the middle of that throwing hand.
Well, he's got to do a sales job here on Andy Green to stay in this ball game with only a 2-0 lead. Well, he's going to stay out there for the moment.
Now 2 outs in the inning and nobody on base. I think they're going to let him go ahead and try to roll here and get the final out in the 6th inning. I would imagine that would probably do it for the night, though, for Paul Clemens if he's able to get that final out.
Still at only 79 pitches through 5 2/3, and he'll work to Chris Owings. Owings, the shortstop, 0 for 2. Chris, last 20 games, hitting .330. He's had an outstanding September. 80 pitches for Clemens, 55 strikes. 1-1 on CO.
You notice Clemens, after every pitch, holding that right arm up above his head. That sleeve, you can see it's clear down over his hand as he started perspiring in this ball game, and the rain continued to fall. I'm sure those sleeves are soaking wet at this point. Every time he delivers a pitch, that sleeve slides down over his throwing hand.
Former Diamondback great Keith Hessler warming up quickly along with Kevin Quackenbush. But looks like Clemens is going to survive the 6th inning, but Sardinius drops the ball. That would have ended the inning. And Owings is aboard. Well, they got exactly what they were hoping for. Clemens was halfway to the dugout. E6.
Make it hurt. Boy, that's about as routine a play as you can get. Big bouncer to his left. Sardinius gets to it in good shape, just doesn't make the exchange into the throwing hand. Paul Goldschmidt will have an opportunity with a runner on base here and 2 outs in the inning.
And those 2 relievers down there just started throwing a minute ago. Goldie singled his last time up.
If you're Andy Green, this is where you'd like to see one of your veteran players, probably Derek Norris, the catcher, maybe Will Myers, the first baseman, even a guy like Adam Rosales at 33 years of age. Go to the mound right now, stall for a little bit of time, as much as the umpires will allow you, knowing that that bullpen isn't quite ready yet. A couple of pickoff moves to first base will give him more pitches down in the pen.
I mean, he makes one mistake to Goldie here, and it's a tie game. Still shaking that hand. Rain is really lit up on the plus side. Hardly raining at all right now. 1-1. Goldie blasts one deep to center field. And that ball is gone. He did it. Paul Goldschmidt. That's his first home run since August 24th. And we are all tied up. It had been nearly a month, 21 games without a home run. And exactly what we thought might happen just happened. Paul Clemens not able to survive the inning. That Sardinius error has killed the Padres, and here comes Andy Green, one batter too late.
Ugh. Make it hurt. Boy, did Paul Goldschmidt make it hurt. A sinker right over the inside third of the plate. Bangs it out there just to the left of straightaway center field. What a turn of events for Paul Clemens.
And that'll be the last pitch he throws tonight. Goldie's 21st of the year makes it a 2-2 ball game. And we're all tied at Petco Park. Back from San Diego in just a moment.
Run. And talking to Chip Hale today, of course he had the scheduled day off yesterday, guys, and it wasn't, the situation was just take a mental break for Paul Goldschmidt. It wasn't anything that he wanted him to work on, and they were hoping that he would in fact take a break. Goldie's always studying, always thinking, always working on how to get better, but it was mainly just to give him a day off.
Well, and Goldie said the other day, look at the numbers, and he just hasn't played as well as he's capable of this year. And to his credit, he says, hey, that's on me, no excuses. Here's former D-back lefty Keith Hessler, recalled from AAA El Paso near the end of August, his 5th stint with the Padres this year. And he has not allowed a run in his last 12 innings. He's on to face Jake Lamb, following the Goldie homer that tied the ball game. Jake has flat out struck out 0 for 2. Diamondbacks able to get Archie Bradley off the hook. Archie gave up only 2 hits himself, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts in 5 innings. 2 of those walks intentional. Padres have the shift on for Lamb.
To use a fishing term, and this is what the players will say down in the dugout, Archie spit the hook.
Sure did.
Sometimes you get a fish on the end of the line, but the hook's not where it needs to be, and they just spit it out.
Popped it up behind shortstop. Sardinius hanging out there. Dickerson has got it, and that's the end of the inning. But Paul Goldschmidt, his first home run since August 24th. It had been 21 games, but he drives one to deep center and ties it up at 2.
The year has tied it up 2-2. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. The final game of the year for the D-backs here at Petco Park. Tomorrow night, a 6:10 start. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 5:30 for Zach Greinke and Luis Perdomo, the Rule 5 pick for the Padres, who's pitched well this year. New pitcher on in relief of Archie Bradley is the right-hander Zach Godley, 4-3 with a 6.55 ERA. He has worked exclusively out of the bullpen since the end of August. And he'll work to the third baseman Ryan Schimpf, who has been hit by a pitch, walked, and scored both Padre runs. He's leading off an inning for the third time tonight. So Schimpf has scored both San Diego runs without getting a base hit. Padres have only 2 hits. Both Alex Dickerson doubles, and Dickerson's on deck. Zach Godley worked twice in the Dodgers series, including 2 scoreless innings Sunday in that marathon win. Gave up just 1 hit in that appearance and struck out 3 Dodgers. Dodgers right now trailing the Giants 1-0. They're in the 9th inning in LA. 3-1. Schimpf, for a little guy, always swings big up there, and he's found the power stroke second half of the year. 15 home runs and 40 RBIs since the All-Star break. Full count, 3-2. Ryan Schimpf, 28-year-old rookie. Toiled for 7 seasons in the Blue Jays minor league system. 5th round pick out of LSU. Signed with San Diego last November and is having a big year, his first year in the majors. Another walk. He's been aboard 3 times. Each time to lead off an inning, and each time without the benefit of a base hit. Dickerson behind him has doubled twice. Ball and a strike to Godley. Alex Dickerson, some pretty big home road splits. 280 at Petco Park, under 230 on the road, so he's another guy that likes to hit in what is usually considered a pitcher's park. One and two. That's a strikeout, and Schimpf is able to advance. First base was occupied, so it's a strikeout of the hitter Dickerson, but it rolled away from Tuffy. And Schimpf moves up 90 feet. Wild pitch, charge to Zach Godley.
Just as a point of rule, if the runner's in motion when the pitch is delivered, and even if it is a wild pitch, you're credited with a stolen base. If you're not, however, running on the pitch and advance after the ball's in the dirt, you advance on the wild pitch.
Adam Rosales knocked in a run with a sacrifice fly his last time up. Fastball missed inside, and it's 1-0. Edwin Escobar has started warming up in the D-backs bullpen. A couple of lefties at the top of the order if it turns into a big inning for the Padres. Jankowski and Jay. That one's in the dirt. Curveball missed, and it's 2-1.
Typical toughie back there. Breaking ball well short of home plate. Hits right off the logo in the middle of the chest protector. Can't do it any better than that.
There's Edwin Escobar. He's pitched a lot this month. Most times in very short relief, he's become something of a lefty specialist. After starting all year at Reno. Rosales gets into one and drives it deep to left. Drury at the wall, and it's gone. Adam Rosales in a dead run all the way around the bases. That's his trademark. His 11th of the year makes it 4-2 Padres. A line drive home run just over the head of Brandon Drury and left.
Cutter stayed on the inside part of the plate. Didn't get out of here by much.
Oh, man. That Padre fan did not stick the landing, but he did get the baseball. I'm going to need to see that again. That was.
They have some great fielding fans here at Petco.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Watch homeboy here. Ow.
Oh.
Dude. He battled. He got the baseball. 0-1 on Norris, who has struck out twice. See, I was leaning forward, and then the pants came unbuttoned, and I
hit my elbow.
Hit my face on the wall. But I'm fine. That's foul. It's still 0-2 on the Padre catcher. Boy, Adam Rosales, that's his 6th home run since the All-Star break. His 11th of the year. And just the Padres' 3rd hit. Rain has stopped for the first time in a while, pretty much completely. Norris strikes out for the 3rd time. 2 down in the 6th. Well, he has been going through that since the first day of the season, Derek Norris. It's really weird. Well, the first time all night they won't intentionally walk Luis Sardinas, the shortstop.
He's just anxious to swing at something up there after he was intentionally walked the first 2 times up with a pitcher behind him. Sardini is .238 and 4 homers. He has split this year between the Mariners and the Padres. He was acquired in the middle of August for a player to be named. And he's played well so far with San Diego. But he strikes out there. Tuffy hangs on to the foul tip. 3 strikeouts in the inning. But the Rosales homer, his 11th of the year, makes it 4-2 San Diego. We start the 7th inning. Diamondbacks trail the Padres 4-2. Each team with only 3 hits. And the new pitcher for San Diego is the right-hander Kevin Quackenbush's 55th appearance, a 3.60 ERA. Yasmani Tomas, Brandon Drury, and Mitch Haniger 5, 6, and 7 due up for the D-backs, who were down 2-0. Got a Goldie homer in the 6th after a Sardinius error that tied the game at 2, but Zach Godley gave the lead right back on the Adam Rosales 2-run homer. So here we are, 4-2 in the 7th. And Tomas will lead it off. He doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Tomas coming into the ball game tonight just about a .370 hitter in this ballpark this year. He's homered twice at Petco Park. This is where he made his major league debut last April. 2-0. The 2-1 pitch is a fair ball down the right field line. Tomas rolls it into the corner. John Jay is over there. Yasmani will stop at second. His second double tonight and his 28th on the year. He's got 4 hits in the series.
Stayed right on that pitch on the outside part of the plate, shot it down into that right field corner, had ideas about going for third base. You can see how far John Jay had to run just to get to that ball. But leading off the inning, trailing by 2 runs, Yasmani decides he's better off just staying right there in scoring position.
Well, Tomas, that's the second time in 2 at-bats he has led off an inning with a double. He doubled to start the 5th, but was left stranded at 3rd. Brandon Drury 0 for 2. Breaking ball missed, and it's 1-0. To Rosales at second. Drury drilled one to right center. That should be in the gap and likely bring the run in, but Rosales was right there. A big hang with him from Brandon Drury.
That's absolutely right. A big hang with him. You can't guide him after you hit him. He barrels this ball up. Looked like it was headed for center field and a base hit, but Rosales is right in front of it.
Mitch Haniger 0 for 2. Mitch is flied out, grounded out. He's hit safely in 3 straight games and 7 of his last 8. And there's a strike 0-1. Mitch spent part of the season this year playing for AA Mobile. The Bay Bears and Robbie Hammock. And the Diamondbacks just announced that they have changed AA affiliates. They will now be affiliated with the Jackson Generals in the Southern League. So no more Mobile Bay Bears for the Diamondbacks. They'll be in Jackson, Mississippi for the next 4 years, at least. Seattle Mariners had been there. Mariners moved their AA team to Arkansas. Line to center, Jankowski's there. Well, that's 2 well-hit balls that have been hit right at Padre defenders.
I had a game called off one time in Jackson, Mississippi when I was playing for the Shreveport Captains in at then the Texas League. Jackson was in the Texas League. A leopard escaped from the zoo and was roaming the woods.
No, it wasn't.
I'm telling you.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
The game was called due to leopard.
Well, they didn't want the fans because the parking area was out near the woods that were behind the left field fence, and they were afraid that a fan might get eaten by a leopard. So
sure, that's something you got to think about.
They canceled the game.
Well, Chip Hale, can he get lucky twice here? He got a 2-out, 2-run homer from Goldie in the 6th that tied the ball game. And here's Castillo, who had the 9 off, but he'll hit for Tuffy. And Chip trying to get another long ball here, maybe out of Beef Wellington. Well, he got the start last night. He was 0 for 3 with a walk. So Castillo hits for Gozowicz. Tomas at second, 2 outs in the 7th. And the pitcher spot is up next. Kyle Jensen's in the on-deck circle. Should Castillo reach? Did they ever find the leopard?
I don't know. My recollection, as best I can remember, that was either the last or the next to the last day of that series that we had in Jackson. I do think we did play the next day, so maybe they did find it. Either that or it's still roaming around.
Still roaming around Jackson, Mississippi. If you see a leopard.
Yeah, please call the zoo.
Yes. Oh, 0-2 on Wellington Castillo.
That was also the same year.
Here we go.
They were a Mets affiliate at the time. And Jody Davis was the Mets up-and-coming young catching prospect.
Before he was a Cub?
Right, yeah. And he got frustrated, wanted bat, grounded out, came back to the dugout and fired his helmet. And the hitting coordinator for the minor leagues at the time was Frank Howard.
Oh, boy.
Big Frank Howard. And when Jody fired his helmet back down the dugout, it hit a post, ricocheted into the dugout, and hit Big Frank.
How did Big Frank take it?
Not well. I mean, Jody Davis was a big man. He was about 6'3", 6'4", probably weighed 220. But
nobody was bigger than Frank
no,
Howard.
Frank would have snapped him over his knee like a twig. Several members of the team got between the two of them, and cooler heads prevailed, but I thought we were going to see the end of Jody Davis's career in Double-A.
Frank Howard, a longtime Washington Senators great. There's a great statue of Frank Howard out in center field at Nationals Park, where we start a 4-game series on Monday. The last road series of the year. 2-2 on Castillo. So you never know what you're going to see next year at the Diamondbacks Double-A games in Jackson, Mississippi. Breaking ball up and in. The count is full, 3-2. Diamondbacks in danger of stranding Yasmani Tomas on the bases after a leadoff double for the second time tonight. Double lead off the fifth, what's left at third. He's at second with 2 outs and a 3-2 count on Beef Wellington. Castillo, jam shot pop up. It's in the air for Dickerson in left center. And that's the inning. So Tomas's leadoff double goes for naught for the second time tonight. Diamondbacks down 4-2. Against Zach Godley. Bob, we've noticed a disturbing trend over the year here at Petco Park. These Padre fans, they're terrible defenders. Heads up, this was earlier this year. Oh! But still not too hurt to avoid the selfie. Nice. And then there was this guy at a ball game not too long ago. Boom! Right in the breadbasket. And then our guy tonight on the Rosales homer who hits his face against the wall, but he did catch the home run ball. So these Padre defenders.
Well, we're spoiled. You know, the fans at Chase Field are so good about flagging down foul balls. It's just a remarkable difference. At least that young man hung on to the baseball.
Very poor defensive metrics in the seats here at Petco Park. Low UZRs. So Wallace will hit for Quackenbush. Godley back in there after he gave up the Rosales homer that made it 4-2 San Diego. Zach did have 3 strikeouts in that 6th inning, and it's 0-1 on Wallace. Brett Wallace only 4 hits in his last 37 at bats. That dates all the way back to August 6th. He's at 192 on the year. Used pretty much exclusively as a pinch hitter off the bench. Over the second half of the season, they have the shift on for the left-hand hitter.
10 for 48 as a pinch hitter for Andy Green this year.
One and two. Giants lead the Dodgers 2-0 in Los Angeles. Sergio Romo is on to try and close it out for the Giants. 2 outs, bottom 9. After the Giant bullpen imploded last night. Wallace gets a piece to stay alive. It's behind Castillo. Flicks it to first, and they retire Wallace for the first out. That's the 4th strikeout for Godley. Travis Jankowski, the leadoff man, 0 for 3. Jankowski coming off his best month as a major leaguer in August. He was really effective last month at .308. 27 games, all starts, stole 11 bases. But he's struggling again in September, hitting only .200 this month. Hitless so far tonight. Walked and singled in the series opener last night. Tapper to second base for Segura. 2 down. 4 in a row retired by Godley since the Rosales homer. That'll bring up John Jay, who's 0 for 3. Just gone final. Dodger Stadium, Giants beat LA 2-0. Ryan Buchter started warming up, the left-hander for the Padres. So 2-0 Giants win at Dodger Stadium. Cueto the win. Our buddy Rich Hill the loss. Romo got his first save of the year. Jay drives one the other way. Brandon Drury just shy of the warning track has it. And Zach Godley sprints off the mound after a 1-2-3-7. Diamondbacks trail the Padres 4-2.
Rain. Diamondbacks trail at 4-2 as we start the 8th inning. Hey fans, with MLB.TV Premium, you can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices. And enjoy a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so visit MLB.TV for details. 4-2 as we start the 8th at Petco. And the new pitcher for the Padres, the left-hander Ryan Buchter. He's worked scoreless baseball in 58 of his 66 appearances, a very good 2.90 ERA. Pitcher spot leads it off for the D-backs, and here's Ricky Weeks Jr.
Real good opponent's batting average against Ryan Buchter this season. Opponents hitting only 163 against the Padres lefty.
Ricky at 240 and 9 homers. Grounded into a double play as a pinch hitter in the ball game last night. 4 for his last 24 up there with 11 strikeouts. Dominic Leone, who pitched 1 inning in the ball game last night through 16 pitches. Warming up in the Diamondback bullpen as they hit for the pitcher Godley. So Leone, it looks like, will get the bottom of the 8th. 0-2 on Ricky Weeks Jr. Segura 0 for 2 with a base on balls. He led off the ball game with a walk. Leading the National League with 190 hits. Just 1 hit in the series so far.
What was it at Bad News Bears? Chico's bail bonds?
Chico's bail bonds, yeah.
Aladdin bail bonds on the backstop.
Buttermaker. There's a whole bunch of jokes there, but probably best left unsaid.
Probably.
2-0. Segura's got that back pocket hanging out.
And that brings to mind another baseball joke that probably should just stay in my pocket.
All right. I don't know how you top the leopard loose in Jackson, Mississippi.
Well, maybe with a one-eared elephant.
I don't know what's happening now. All right, brace yourself for this. All right.
Okay.
They just announced the attendance tonight at better than 34,000. There might be 3,400 here, but they just announced 34,000 plus tonight. I know it rained and they're not used to that here, but does that look like 34,000? Are we cooking the books or what?
Check your decimal point.
Wow. All right, well, you know, more power to them, I guess. Your capacity crowd of 34,000 here.
Another partial sellout.
Yeah. Whatever works. Chris Owings.
They're expecting 145,000 people here tomorrow.
Apparently. I had to turn around and ask our guy Steve, did they just say 34,000? All right.
Chris Owings reached on a critical Sardinius error in the 6th inning. That should have ended the inning for Paul Clemens, but he reached base. And then the next hitter, Paul Goldschmidt, hit a 2-run homer to tie it. But then the Padres took a 4-2 lead in the home half of that inning on an Adam Rosales 2-run home run. CO hits that one up in the air, but it's foul among the 34,000 plus. Fly ball right field for John Jay. 2 outs.
That's one thing that makes Ryan Buchter so effective. He usually only comes inside for effect. He'll throw his fastball off the plate inside to a right-handed hitter, but most of the time he just tries to paint that outside corner time and time again, force those right-handed hitters to hit the ball to the opposite field.
Diamondbacks have only 4 hits tonight. Goldie has 2 of them. A single in the 4th and a game-tying 2-run homer in the 6th. The other 2 hits, Yasmani Tomas doubles. This was Goldie in the 6th inning after a Sardinius error kept the inning alive. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing cool play the game, a line drive over the head of Travis Jankowski in center's 21st home run of the year and his first since August 24th. So the mental day off last night really seemed to work wonders for Goldie. He was 2 for 3 tonight.
And you've heard me say it a million times. Sometimes when a guy's in a little bit of a funk, all it takes is one line drive. Perfect timing, square a ball up, hit it hard like Goldie did his last at bat in the ball game, and everything falls back into place. Hopefully that'll be the case.
Just his 6th home run since the All-Star break. Lays off that fastball, and he's ahead 2-0.
When you're scuffling, it feels like you're behind every fastball. You're out in front of every off-speed pitch. You make up your mind you're going to take a pitch to get a look at a pitcher, and he throws it right down the middle of the plate.
Just missed one right there.
And then you get that one line drive. You get a pitch that you can handle. You put a good swing on it, square it up, get a good positive result. And it all comes back to a good hitter like Paul Goldschmidt.
Coming off a very dry 4 games against the Dodgers, 2 for 18 with 9 strikeouts. That got him the day off last night. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Segura at first, 2 outs. Out of play. Dominic Leone and Randall Delgado throwing in the D-back bullpen. Garvin Alston, the bullpen coach. Sky high, way up there. Third base for Schimpf. Buchter strands the 1-out walk. Bottom 8 coming up. Diamondbacks down 4-2.
Trail the Padres 4-2. Hey, D-backs fans, when you can't watch the game on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Just download the app for free and take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. Second night in a row we've seen the right-hander Dominic Leone. 6.75 ERA, his 24th appearance. His last 2 appearances have each been scoreless. He worked the 7th inning here last night.
You put a 0 up on the board here in the 8th inning. Give the Diamondbacks a chance in the top of the 9th. It'll be Jake Lamb, Yasmani Tomas, and Brandon Drury, the first 3 scheduled hitters in the top half of the 9th. If Dominic Leone could put a 0 up there.
Well, Leone got Will Myers to ground out to shortstop last night. It'll be Myers who leads off the 8th. He's 0 for 3. Myers trying to extend an 8-game hitting streak. Leone came on to start the 7th last night and walked the leadoff man, Jankowski. He was thrown out trying to steal second by Wellington Castillo. Then Leone got Jay to fly out, Myers to ground out. That ended the inning. Oh, up and in. Knocks Myers down with a fastball, and it's 3-0. Keep in mind, stopped raining, and it has stopped raining for a few innings, but it is still really wet out there.
A 2-0 fastball. Myers is going to be very aggressive. Almost walked into that one right there.
It to left center. Haniger won't be able to cut it off. It's all the way to the wall, and Myers pulls into second with his 28th double.
Center cut fastball. Probably lucky it's just a double. He scalded that ball, hits that wet grass, and shoots all the way out to the wall.
That's 88 hits at home for Will Myers this year, the most ever in a single season at Petco Park. Ryan Schimpf has scored 3 runs tonight without the benefit of a base hit. Schimpf led off the 2nd, was hit by a pitch, scored on a Dickerson double. He walked to lead off the 4th, scored on a Rosales sac fly. Walked to lead off the 6th, came in on a Rosales 2-run homer. Bracho, who pitched in the ball game last night, came on to finish out the last 2 outs of the 8th inning, warming up in the bullpen. Two and one on Ryan Schimpf. Two and two. Ryan Schimpf, 56 hits this year, 39 of them for extra bases. He gets everything he's got at 5'9", 180 when he takes a cut.
This be a pretty good football game here. Shim from LSU, Dominic Leone, a Clemson Tiger. Full count, 3-2. Dickerson, who has doubled twice tonight, is on deck. So Leone goes to 3 ball counts on the first 2 hitters he faces. D-backs trail at 4-2, each team with only 4 hits. Myers takes off for third, and Schimpf lifts it in the air. Left center, Haniger on the run. And Myers has to hustle back. Myers will run. He's got 25 stolen bases. He was off of the pitch that time. Good example of how much ground Mitch Haniger actually covers out there. He's got range.
And he gets such good jumps. I mean, we haven't seen him take one of those banana routes to a ball yet. And when the ball's hit, he gets right to the spot. No wasted movement, no wasted steps. I mean, I think there are a lot of center fielders in the game that are faster than Mitch Haniger, but because he takes such good lines to the ball, it looks like he's just covering a ton of ground out there.
And he's kind of like Jankowski. He doesn't have near Jankowski's speed, but at 6'2", he's got those long strides. And Leone almost throws it to the backstop as they're going to walk Dickerson intentionally with first base open and work to the right hand hitting Rosales. This was a little too high up there for comfort. There's a lot of talk they should just eliminate this whole process and give it an automatic walk, but every once in a while you get one of those. Or in this case, 3.
Some guys just aren't comfortable issuing an intentional walk. The idea is you throw a nice firm fastball chest high in the other batter's box. But for some guys, they either have to go full throttle like they're delivering a pitch, or do what Dominic Leone does and just try to lob it in there to the catcher.
That's the way Ruby De La Rosa used to throw to first base.
Yeah.
It always made us so nervous all the time. So it'll be Rosales with 2 on and 1 out. He homered his last time up, his 11th of the year. A line drive over the head of Drury and left, and watch the fan catch the baseball. Boom. He got it. And Rosales got the homer. He's knocked in 3 of San Diego's 4 runs. Will Myers at second, Alex Dickerson at first, 1 out. Myers takes off for third again, no throw, and he's in there. 26th stolen base for Will Myers. Myers already the first Padre ever with 25 doubles, 25 homers, and 25 steals in 1 year. And he's got a chance for the Padres' first ever 30-30 season. Now needs 4 more homers and 4 more steals.
A little like Goldie in that respect, a guy with power, drives the ball into the gaps, and if you don't pay attention to him on the bases, he'll take off and steal a bag on you.
Fly ball left field for Drury. Myers at third, and here he comes. It'll be 5-2 Padres. Fourth RBI tonight for Adam Rosales. Dickerson at first base, 2 outs, a run is in. Here's the catcher Derek Norris, who has punched out all 3 times he's been up.
That's out of play. Brandon Moore, who got the save here. Mauer got the save here last night. His 11th of the year is warming up in the Padre bullpen. They have 2 guys throwing down there, in fact. That's Morrow and Mauer. Fastball's up, and it's 2 balls and a strike on Derek Norris. 0 for 7 in the series so far. Twenty pitches for Leone, only 7 for strikes, but he's a strike away from ending the 8th. Got it. Norris 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, but the Padres had 1. We head to the 9th. D-backs are down 5-2. Our Gila River game summary. Diamondbacks were down 2-0. Paul Goldschmidt hit a home run with 2 outs in the 6th to tie it, but then the Padres answered in the home half. Adam Rosales a 2-run homer made it 4-2. Padres have added 1 against Dominic Leone, and so here's the closer. Brandon Mauer on with a 5-2 lead. He'll work to Jake Lamb, Yasmani Tomas, and Brandon Drury 4, 5, and 6 in the Arizona 9th. Mauer was in the ball game last night, got the save. His 11th of the year. He retired 4 batters. Well, he faced 4 batters, but got 3 outs on only 10 pitches, 3 strikeouts. He struck out Castillo, Tomas, and Lamb to win the ball game.
Fastball slider combination with an occasional changeup from Mauer. Average fastball sits right at 95 miles an hour.
And so here's a chance for revenge for Jake Lamb, who struck out looking to win the game last night. Jake tonight 0 for 3. Padres have the shift on, and there's ball 1.
Jake has not hit at Petco Park this year. He's 4 for 28 with 11 strikeouts in this ballpark this season. No extra base hits. He hits a lazy fly ball to left center. Dickerson calling for it. 1 out. Yasmani Tomas has doubled twice. Doubled the lead off the 5th and doubled the lead off the 7th. Both times he was left stranded on the bases. D-backs tonight with only 4 hits.
First double was right down the left field line. The second double was right down the right field line. Due to hit one to center here.
Mauer struck out Tomas in the 9th inning last night. Yasmani drives it right at John Jay, and it's over his head, and he reaches back and snags it. John Jay almost tried to miss that one, it seemed, but he just at the last moment reached up and pulled it in. That was a rocket right over his head.
Yeah, misjudged that ball off the bat, hit a lot harder than he thought. Yeah, he's just very fortunate to make that twisting, leaping catch out there in right field. Mauer can only laugh out there on the mound. That was a bullet off the bat of Yasmani Tomas.
Tomas should have had his 3rd double of the night right there. Instead, it's 2 outs for Drury, who's 0 for 3. Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game. Reaction from inside the clubhouse. We'll play our final game of the year here tomorrow night. A 6:10 start. That's a 6:10 first pitch. Zach Greinke and Luis Perdomo. We travel to Baltimore on Thursday. Open up a 3-game set against Buck Showalter and the Orioles on Friday. Greinke and Perdomo tomorrow. 6:10 start. Diamondback Live pregame show at 5:30. 0-2 on Brandon Drury. Sardinius at shortstop. And that's the ball game. Diamondbacks have dropped the first 2 here in our final visit to Petco Park. But hold on, let's just make absolutely certain that they recorded that out. Drury made it awfully close. Celebration is on hold. The final homestand of the year for the Padres, a 10-gamer. They opened it up last night with a 3-2 win. Let's take one more look.
A good hustle by Brandon, at least made it close, if nothing else, down there at first base. Looks like they're not going to review it.
Nope, no review, so that's in the books. It's a 5-2 win for San Diego, and the Padres move 1 game ahead of the Diamondbacks in the NL West, and the D-backs drop to 6-9 versus the Padres this year. That includes a 3-6 record here at